Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Monday, September the 22nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses that let me know you guys can hear me. See my screen, that'll help. Also, somebody in YouTube might do the same thing. Thank you, Hermes. Yes, yes. Okay, so that takes care of the main room. And then anybody in YouTube, that'd be great if you could just let me know you could hear me and see my screen. So, a lot happening, as always, this morning. Yeah, Boxel, I could not thank you, Pepe. Could not see any news on Boxel, BOXL. This is up the most though, 343%. Probably a crypto play, but I cannot verify that for sure. Just don't see any news on it. QLGN. Okay, so Faraday Future, FFAI. Okay, so this is kind of a crypto play, guys. Not kind of, it is. Where they're getting their money, I don't know. But anyway, Faraday Future announces an investment of $41 million in Collagen Therapeutics, which will start a crypto and Web3 related business. Okay. So another one of these bios can't make money doing this, so they're going to get into these altcoins. So that is QLGN. QLGN. Definitely one to watch to see if it wants to keep going. Based on that news, let's see, pullback from 1330, big pullback, guys, $5 pullback. So there's the high in the pre-market around 1335, excuse me, 35. Still way above on the weekly chart. Let's take a look at a monthly chart. Where could it keep going? And so it got above that, way above that. That's $10. This high over here is 1354. So that high up here is not quite the high of that month. But you can see if I can take out this high in the pre-market high for QLGN, which looks around, I'm going to put a price alert there, 1330. You can see then the next time the monthly target, well, it's almost right there. Then look at this potential gap fill. So anyway, we don't know what's going to happen. It's been pulling back. Definitely keep an eye on it probably all day. Agri, AGRI. Do not see any news on this one, guys. Yeah, I don't see any news. Agri, do not see any news. Big pop. I mean, that's a big, look at this kind of consolidation on the daily chart. So that's a massive pop. Without any news that I can see. MBX, all I've got is that it's up. Again, here we go. That's it. No, MBX is not Mitsera. Okay, MBX experimental drug shows promise in, all right, hypoparathyroidism. 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 Okay, so that is, so it's showing promise. How many shares in the float? Not a lot, 12 million in the float. Big move, obviously. That is MBX. Wi-Fi, WYFI. Okay, not a huge pop. I'm just hearing it in my gap up. Okay, not a huge pop yet, only at 4.8%. This is definitely some kind of a very convoluted earning or crypto play. FLGC. So we know DeFi. We've seen this one going crazy. So DeFi, the first public company focused on building up Solana, announced a partnership with Monday with Zero Stack, a firm investing in cryptocurrency. A part of the relationship, the company participated in a private placement transaction by Flora Growth, which expects to rebrand as Zero Stack. So this is a crypto play, guys. No matter what they say they're doing, this is now a crypto play, FLGC. Just looking at these guys. So, William, I don't know if you're in the room right now. I know you were, I don't know if you were long-term short the Argentinian stocks, but some of these, this is a bank, Grupo. This is a bank having a bounce. The Argentinian, probably most of the Argentinian market has been hit hard over the last few weeks, but the banks especially. So here's GCal trying to have a bit of a pop here, 11%, decent volume. Uh, Well, this one is going up because I looked at BDR. BDR is another bank, and it's not doing anything. BDR, BBD, sorry, excuse me, BBD. Look, BBD is actually still down. So GGAL seems to be trading on its own. Okay, GGAL, GGAL, trading on its own. Next high looking left is around $31. So there's certainly room. House, HOUS, HOUS. Okay, holding its gains. Still do not see any. Boy, this is Mathera jumps at the Pfizer deal. But oh, that's okay. That is the reason for MTSR. That's Mathera. Okay, that is the reason for Mathera MTSR deal with Pfizer obesity drug. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I know William, you had a problem last week, couple of days trying to YPF. That was the other one that was moving. Thank you, William. I saw YPF somewhere. Well, in fact, right here, wrap up. Right there, I'm hearing it. So YPF and GGAL. So what sort of room does YPF have? 26.98, getting close to that high. Rigatoni on the way down here, guys. RGTI. Next low looking left is 24.71. Well, these are all the corn stocks went crazy last week. Let's take a look at SMR. Some of them, anyway. Let's take a look at SMR. Is it fading a bit? Yeah, actually, looks like the quant stocks are fading a little bit. And then yeah, they're all down. Yeah, so the quant stocks are a little bit weaker this morning. OKLO, NME, SMR, SDR. ARB, guys, I don't think I mentioned this one. ARB is on the move here. I don't see any specific news on this one today. ARBE, low float. Actually, it's not a low float. Robotic company, probably drones. Yeah, drones. So ARBE, big move right now. Don't forget to clear the room message, okay? Thank you. Dwayne. Thank you, Dwayne. Sorry. So that's in Metsera. That's why that one is up. Deal with Pfizer, PFE. It's a not a small float, 46 million, not huge, but certainly not a high float. All right, Borachini. Good morning. Well, I can try. I hope you have looked at the videos first before you've done anything. Getting started videos. Oh, well, that's easy. How to get into the chat? Yeah, or the trading room, as I like to call it. So click on my homepage link. I'm talking to Borachini in our YouTube room. So click on my homepage link, okay? And when you do that, you're at the top here. Just scroll down a little bit, and you'll see trading room, okay? Trading room right here, okay? RGTI, yeah. I mean, I think this is the one that's down the most in the fonts. 24/7. I don't know what kind of news must have been about the overall sector softening today, anyway. Yeah, here's my gap downs like north northeast. Well, NNE and we're RGTI. Here's your other bank. Yeah, William. Well, good on the swings now. BMA, another one of those Argentinian banks. This is a buyout. Wow, weird one. Yeah, this is a weird one, guys. I mean, I don't know how to interpret this at all because it's like the market doesn't believe it at all. Yeah, what's wrong with the video or the audio in our the main room? Hmm. So only some are having a problem, but I don't know. I don't know why. Yeah, it depends on their computer. So anyway, this is a stride agreeing to buy Stembler Scientific. The deal is equivalent to about 90.50 per share. Now this, I mean, it got up to $56, and it's down to 34. So I don't know what's going on. I mean, that seems a little crazy. No, it's just some people. I don't know why. Some people have a tough time in the main room. The audio doesn't work. They have to do maybe a refresh a couple of times. Don't have an answer for it. Yeah, so this is a very strange one. This SMLR. Right? Is Strive? Oh, Strive. Oh, I see. I didn't know that. So that's actually ASST. I did not know that. So ASST is Strive. So there, you have to read through this. Oh, you're talking about the top here. I see, I'm sorry. Now I understand. At the top, that message, yes. Give me one moment, guys. Okay, guys, as we get set for this open, the 9:30 open. Well, this art is just ripping here. This is not one I would have thought was going to do this. Don't see any news in this one whatsoever. On the 18th, they appointed some guy from Magna International, but that's the 18th. Join the board of directors. That was on the 18th. I don't see anything today, specifically today, about Arb Robotics. All right. Well, let's see. The markets were on Friday, so let's take a look at. I want to take a look at XLE. Just want to look at the ones that are near the 200-day moving average. So XLE is still above it, but look at this. Look at this. Creeping down towards that 200-day moving average again, that green line. Healthcare. Let's see what happened with healthcare. XLE. Nope. Still, we had a one day last week where it got over. Still underneath the 200-day moving average. Materials is still above. I'll go over them all. Industrials still above, way above. We already did healthcare. The banks, XLF, way above. Can't see it. Can't see that 200-day moving average. Staples was the one. Staples was the one that, yeah. So Staples is below. So we have healthcare and Staples. Those are the two still below the 200-day moving average. Meanwhile, YPF, yeah, I don't know if there's any specific news coming out of Argentina today, or if this is just finally saying enough is enough. Let's play some of these for bounces. I just don't see any specific news. Somebody's going to know. I could look it up. Well, maybe I could find it quickly. Here we are, ARGT. So this is the country. Yeah, look at that. So the country ETF is, well, it makes sense. The banks are up, but this is the country ETF, guys. Not very much volume, 21,000, but hmm, is that it? Okay. Thank you, Z. The government's going to try to help Argentina. And I have a systematically important U.S. ally in Latin America, etc. Okay, well, this is just shortable for me. Also, this ARBE. This is actually shortable for me. Million shares at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short it necessarily, but no news that I can see. I'm sure that I know there's got to be something out there, but I do not see any news on it. There's something could just be maybe a Reddit group or getting a hold of, but it's not crazy low in terms of the float. But it's pretty high float, 81 million. $2 stock. Unless this is just complete delayed reaction to this former president of Magna International joining the board of directors. I mean, that's that's the news on the 18th. Yeah, go ahead then, Borachini. If it meets your trading plan, style, don't forget to have a stop. Okay, well, we're talking about Reeker, Rekr. Well, don't let me stop you. Been on a nice run. Yeah, next buy is way up here, 268 on a monthly chart. So I guess on a monthly chart anyway, there's room. We float. I would not have thought Arb would be the one this morning, but so far it is. But I'm sort of salivating a bit here, guys, because this is has a lot of shorts available at Interactive Brokers, and on no news that I can see. I think it has to have news. All right, guys, I'm going to get the layout, the 9:30 layout up and running. All right, guys, I'm just the layout I use once the market opens. Let me get that little screen, no, there, a little window that's going to show the top six. So these are the top six in that other green screen that you saw. In that one, there were 15. So let's see. I don't think I talked about PLTS. PLTS, Platinum Analytics. So this was an IPO on Friday. Okay, and yeah, so this was an IPO on Friday, guys, and so it's above, obviously way above. But this morning it did get. Look at this. Hopefully nobody got nailed in this one. This one got up to $55 in the pre-market. That's at 4 o'clock Eastern time, of course. And $55, I have no idea how much volume that would have been, and it pulled all the way back down to 12, still up 75%. There's where it closed on Friday, $7. Imagine that. Look at this. So, well, I guess try to keep an eye. What's this? I mean, the spread is going to be terrible right now. Look at the volume, though. It's good volume, 2.3 million right now. That's for the PLTS. All right, guys. So house, HOUS. Just one moment, please. So the ARB is not on here. It's not in the top six. It's not up at least 76%. Fine. Wow. Look at that drop. Look at that drop. 259 down to 224. Now, let's see. It's you can't see the VWAP. It's inside the cloud here, inside that 2 minute cloud wave or trade wave. So it is inside it. Yeah, I don't see any news on Boxel either. This is the crazy one though. This SMLR being drive acquiring them, but again, unless I'm reading this really, really wrong, incorrectly, no, $90 a share, $90.52 a share. This stock is sitting at 34 right now. Market doesn't believe them. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, guys. All right, guys. We have less than a minute till the 9:30 open. Let's have a great start to this week's trading week. Now, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down a little bit. I don't know. I repeat myself every time I say this. Not that everything is settled down after 15, but I just see too much whippy action. So I just prefer usually to sit it out. Now, what I have noticed though, in the large cap losers from the start of the race, it's possible I'll take one of those. Yeah, crypto off $2,400 right now that I can see, 113,000. All right, guys, we are now open. The 9:30 open has emerged. So what's happening here is there's no data coming in because well, there's the first one. These are okay. Now, remember what we were saying, the quant stocks were getting very weak today, very weak. And it's too quick for me, just too quick for me. I mean, I had the having at 2008. Look at this now, 1939. So something's happening with the quant stocks. Okay, well, this is very specific to this one. They're announcing a $500 million oversubscribed private placement, and that is for Qubit, QUBT. Okay, so that's very specific to this stock or this company. Oh, what a short, guys! What a short that I'm not in. ARBE. Look at that short from 3 down to or 250 down to 197 now. Great percentage move down. All right, a little pop here for Boxel, VOXL, over the VWAP, over the VWAP. Okay, better just got halted. BETR got halted on the way up. Okay, Better Home and Finance. Okay, now we don't get too many of these ones being halted. These ones meaning more expensive stocks. So that is halted, and it is a volatility halt. It is not a news halt. Now, first time I'm going to show this for the first time many times this week. I'm sure this blue screen you see here. This is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. This is the halt price for BETR 36.95. This column trying to show you where it could open. I doubt very much it's going to open this high at 43, but usually they are 5 minute halts. So over the, if it is a 5 minute halt, this number will fluctuate over the 5 minute period. Wow, I refuse to believe it's going to open at 50. Low float probably. Okay, move on Agri, guys. ARGI, sorry, AGRI, Agri. So this is another one. Sorry, I'm sure somebody posted that they're going to, yeah, they're going to be. So another one of these companies switching gears completely. We can't make money being an agricultural technology company, so why not do crypto? So that's what's happening. I don't know what altcoin they're looking to buy, but this is on the move now, guys. Agri, AGRI, on the move just because of that. On the move. Big move. Now, let's see if it pulls back at all. Yeah, the high in the pre-market got up to about 1142. Look at anybody, yeah, even if, well, don't lie, but look at that short for ARBE, guys, from the high. Not that, you can get right at the high, but even at around 250, right down to 181 now. ARBE. Tomorrow, I promise to do one. Hard, it's really hard because these things you think you kind of top. But Agri, my goodness, Agri. Okay, I have to. It's such a low float. Okay, let's take a look at it very more closely on a weekly chart. Where could it go? So of course it's working through all of that on a monthly chart. So on the monthly chart, yeah, look at this. I mean, on this monthly chart, I mean, this has got probably a ton of room still. So on the monthly chart, 1140.57 is the next high. Okay, I'm not saying it's getting there. Okay, but that is kind of what I'm looking at right now. Where it goes over 8. We couldn't seem to find any news on Boxel, Ian. VOXL, yeah. Couldn't seem to find anything on Boxel. Good light on this one. 778, not bad, not bad. It's starting to drop now, but you know what I do is I will put a price alert over 8 if it regains 8 in a big way. It starts to move. Angel Studios. Okay, it looks like this was an IPO a little while ago, maybe here on September 11th. Then move back, yeah. So it's trying to take out Friday's high. Next high after that is 956. So certainly room. Yeah, box sale certainly more as you said. Box sale more. Yeah, crypto's getting a pretty solid hit right here, guys. Down 16, sorry, down $2,600. Yeah, Lay's from last week. LASE. Let me take a look at this one. LASE from last week was big day on Thursday. Pull back on Friday. High on Thursday was 589. Okay, now new NTLA. Okay, I'm interested in this one, guys. NTLA. Why? Look left. Look how much room it's got as a potential short. NTLA. Oh, all right, guys. Yeah, NTLA. I mean, look underneath. Look underneath. There's a next low looking left 13. I'm watching to see how well it holds under 15. I'm going to stick a first alert down in this area, 1485. See if it takes it out again. Okay. Let's see any news on this one today. To get longer term data. Its treatment of its drug. Hey, it's holding under 15. Holding under 15. It's like to take it say into the mid 14, like the 1480s. Probably gets me into this on a short. You know, I saw this ARBV earlier. The volume was good though. Yeah, okay. ARBV on the move, guys. Wow, on the move. ARBV on the move. It came out of its halt. And I just could not get that qubit there. We had an alert around the $20 level, but it went down so quickly to UBP. This is not a financing. Financing is financing news. Losing, I think, half a million or $500 million. Did see Terra also. I saw Terra in the pre-market. Gone with the Wind. Ah, boy, seriously, another miserable IPO, guys. StubHub. Lots of big people behind this one. IPO was, I think, was priced around 23, 23.50, and opened on Friday. That's Wednesday. Open on Wednesday. All right, guys, and I'm interested in StubHub as a short. There are shorts available for me, 45,000 at Interactive Brokers. You want to see how well it holds underneath 18. Of course, there's no support really. Well, I mean, the low of the day, I guess, but there's no other chart support. Obviously, it's an all-time low. Holding under 18, 1791, 1795 bid ask. We're really trying to pay attention to this one in a big way, guys. I just want to see if it really holds under 18. Well, I'm talking about this STUB. I'm just seeing a lot of the pre-market movers are not holding. Okay, guys, let's in the waters on this one. The StubHub STUB. Anything close to 18 gets me out. Okay, this will be either a really quick trade or talking about the StubHub STUB. Well, I just couldn't. It's not that I missed it. I mean, I saw it, but for me, unless I would have taken it right there, but it was too early for me. Remember, I don't like trading in the first 15. So now it's 15 minutes. So it's not a matter of missing it in that I never saw it. Okay, guys, agree? Ooh, agree. Hmm. So the crypto play, guys, I agree. All right, Stubby, let's go. Okay, guys. Okay, let's take a look at this one. Okay, American AAL. So the airlines. I don't know if all the airlines are moving down, but look at American Airlines. You can look at jets. If the entire sector is moving down somewhat, like United, I think that's the best one. Yeah, so the sector is moving down. I don't know what's if United Airlines on cyber attacks as aware of technical issue causing minor department departure delays. Okay, so that is, I guess that's the reason, a cyber attack on UAL, and that's affecting the industry. Or shall I say the sector? Okay, so I see Tiger's a little bit weak. That's a China fintech. So let me take a look at just China in general. See if China in general is weak. A web. Oh, really? Well, American Eagle doesn't have a lot of room for me anyway. Around 18 is the next low, so it's at 1823 right now. It's been sliding away since the highs up here, 2045. MGM, let's see, gambling stock. MGM Resorts to 56 from 58 from by Mizuho. What? So it's at 34 now. You're only cutting it down to 56. Okay, so this company is being acquired. Okay, PRO didn't really see this in the pre-market. PRO is getting acquired by getting higher after the company by is that Thomas Bravo or Toma Bravo? Anyway, they're being acquired. All right, let me take a look at some of these ones. Now, this is just the reverse. This is the large cap losers. These are the large cap gainers. There's any okay, RCAT. Now RCAT's been active. Let's take a look at it over the whole number. The next high is 1157. So there is some room. There is some room for RCAT to move. Somebody mentioned run, RUN, run. Yeah, it's on the move. The next high looking up, maybe 18 or so. So maybe a little bit close. All right. Is ARBE in bounce mode yet? ARBE, big move up, big move, big move down. Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, there's the VWAP 204. You really have to clear that for me anyway. I'm going to put a price alert around 209. See if it happens. Okay, let's see if it does happen. Okay, well, FLGC guys, just was halted on the way down, I do believe. No, this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So far, Agri. That was first word. I think it got over 8. I think it did. Yeah, right there, but then it pulled right back down. Another one of these. Call it DAT or DAM plays. Digital asset treasury, digital asset management. Yeah, so the market, since I haven't really looked at the market, but yeah, the market is almost flat now. The Dow's down a little, Qs are up just a smidge, and the SPY's down a little. So market's basically flat right now, recovering. We ride, guys. This is a nice one from Friday, continuing through the 200-day moving average now. The ones that said they were going to do something in Belgium. Now, now they're going to launch in Singapore. Yeah, Tesla. I mean, it is um, not not quite all the way back. I mean, the all-time high was 488, but we're getting really close. It's above that month's high now. All right, Tiva guys. What's with Tiva? The reason I focus on some of these that are just over the whole number, Tiva. And of course, on a monthly chart, it has a ton of room. But let's take a look at a weekly chart. And so the next high looking left, not bad, 1965, not bad. All right, StubHub, you're actually showing up here. I guess that's where I saw it first. So short this and wide ride this wave down. Moderna mRNA putting a little bit of a move here, a little bit of a pop. High last week was 26. See, I'll put a price alert there, see if it takes it out. mRNA, Moderna. Now, this is the one I was looking to short. I'm glad I didn't. But NTLA, guys, so this is 1685 is the next high. All right, guys, you know what? Not dynamic enough for me. So I made just a pittance on the stub. I was hoping it would get in the low 70s, but so I've just took myself out of my stub short. Might even have to flip the script on it. So there's the box L. Okay, the box L still hanging over 8 at least. Oh, you miserable thing! You now you're oh well. It looked like it was going to take out 18, so that's okay. Yeah, and it did. It just did. Okay, so I'm vindicated. I'm talking about the StubHub STUV. So this IPO from a few weeks ago, the irrational exuberance on this got up to 142, 143, pulled all the way back down to 51. Trying to last week's high was call it 60. Yeah, I should have flipped the script on the StubHub. Actually had a nice pop off 18. Tick was a really nice one last week for me in the biggest gainers. So now let's take a look at Tick. Yeah, this was a one of those days last week. It was a really nice one for me. It's this day right here. So now below Friday's low, there is the close on Thursday. See if that takes that out. Look underneath, a ton of room, of course. Shortable for me, yeah, lots of shares, 6.9 million shares available. All right, guys, maybe keep an eye on Kodiak, KOD. It's just over the VWAP, okay, just over the VWAP. What's the volume like? Not bad. Over the VWAP. Okay, tick, it hit that the close the Thursday, and then up a little bit above it. So I'm going to reset my price alert. Okay, guys, really paying attention to this right there. That's the close on for Thursday, 13:45. See if it takes that out again, just because it's got all this room underneath. 1083. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but yeah. And you know what? The spread really widened on it now too, so I'm not as interested in the TIC right now. All right, Sarepta, obviously a very active stock over the whole number 19. The next high looking left, too close. Okay, for me anyway. 1927 is the next high looking left for SRPT, Sarepta. Tick is back, guys. I have to. Come on. Give me a moment, guys. I'm probably know what I'm watching. Well, not watching in. I'm for the second time, just looking to see. I'm trying to maybe just do a little scalp on it. Okay, working a little bit now. The tick, TIC. Just sort of, you know what? I just sort of scalp some out, guys. I'm not. I don't have the big faith in it. Okay, well, get on for onto something else now. MBX, yeah, MBX. What is this one up to right now? Over the whole number of 25. Pretty psychological. Mentioned this Kodiak just a little while ago. Okay, holding over the VWAP. VWAP is at 1175 or so, holding over the VWAP. And I had to look at a weekly. Okay, now guys, ARBE. It is briefly, it briefly got over that. I don't even see a candle up here though. I don't see a candle up here for ARBE that it took that out. So I don't know what happened. Yeah, I don't see a bit of thrust through that. So I don't know what happened. Why I had that price alert. All right, guys, I'm going to go over my homepage now. Okay, it is now 10 o'clock. First of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the rooms plural, there's a YouTube room, so welcome if you're in there. And of course, the main room, welcome. This is the format. Well, I'll explain the format. Monday to Friday, the main room is open at around 7:30 in the morning, Eastern time, of course. It's either by Chris or William, Chris Varley at Trade Ideas, or William will open the room around 7:30. If it's William, sometimes it's a lot earlier. I got on the mic at about 9. Why do I not open the room? I live in Vancouver, Canada, so time zone is not conducive opening the room that early. YouTube, what I try to do for YouTube is open the room sometime between 8:30 and 8:40, and I get on the mic at 9 o'clock also. Now, it's a trading room, but it's also both of them, but they're also support rooms. Okay, so you can ask me questions all day long. I'm in a trade or something that requires my full attention. I'll let you know. But now, what I'm going to do is put my homepage link in. So there is my homepage link. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, oh really? Okay, I didn't see that for OB or draw. So here is a promo code that you can use right now. If you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, you can use this promo code Barry15. You'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Keep an eye on that ARBE, guys. It is trying to get over to again. ARBE. I have a thumbnail. That's why I can. That's why I see what's happening. Now, those of you in our YouTube room, if you want to join what I call the main room, there's a lot more action, more traders, etc. How you do it is if you click on my homepage link and then scroll down a bit and you see where it says trading room. Okay, you can come into the room. If you want to stay in our YouTube room, that's fine. But if you're looking for a little more action in terms of amongst traders, then you can come into the trading room. Also, even if you're coming into the trading room every day, you can save my homepage link, and here's how you can get in every day. And all I ask, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas at some point in the future, please use my promo code. It helps to keep the room free. The company tracks these promo codes, and if they see my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping the room free. Scroll down and you will see the trade of the week. You can get it right here. Sign up for it. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Do that first, okay, before you contact us, saying, and you're contacting us, obviously saying, hey, I signed up and I'm not getting it. Next, scroll down. If you clicked on my homepage link and click on that education section, here's the user guide. I'm going to show the user guide right now and a section in it because I'm going to go over the races. So you'll see there's a whole section on TI stock races. I'm going to go over this race right here. And but there's a whole section and I'm running 3 races. Now, you clicked on my homepage link. First thing you must do if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas is the Getting Started with Trade Ideas. Very short videos that'll get you started. And if you don't have Trade Ideas, but you're wondering about the program, I would start off on that second video and I would look at the rest of them. They're very short videos, okay? That should give you an idea about what the program can do and whether or not it's something you might want to try at least on a monthly basis or 1 month, okay? Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is a whole series of free videos for you. If you're new to trading, okay? And lastly, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, middle section, here they are. Now, I have a lot of the scans that I'm currently sharing, I'm not up and I don't have them up and running. All I have up and running right now is the biggest gainers from the start of the race. If you want either of these two, the big large cap gainers or large cap losers, I can give them to you. It's not on my homepage. The Halter Zooms is here. And pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. It kind of sets me up to see what stocks are moving the most in the pre-market. And sometimes, of course, once the market opens, some of these stocks are the ones to really follow all day. But I do have other scans that I'm sharing. So if you have any questions about them, you can ask. But I've really, really limited the number of things I'm looking at now. Is it really just these three? So let me go over this race, okay? This biggest gainers from the start of the race and explain why I think it's a good idea if you're new to trading, maybe have something like this. I have two other races, but I just want to demonstrate this race. This is the most, call it most exciting race, okay? These are stocks and can do something like this, move up 16.8%. Rarely in this one will you find that. That's because I put a market cap minimum here and a minimum float. This does not have either of those two. So I now remember I showed you in the guide. There's a whole section on stock racing. Every everything you see here is customizable. You know, I'm running a 4-minute race. You can run whatever time frame you want. So what's happening here is that since this race started just about 4 minutes ago, it's almost set to close. Fox L has moved 19.5% since the race started. And it's more than likely going to win its fourth race. You can see it's already run three. The numbers beside the symbols, that's how many races the stock has won. And it's obviously going to win its fourth race. There it is. Okay. And so that's how a top 10 list is automatically created for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Already one in here. The top 10 list has already been created for you. Now, you don't have to wait for a race to be over in order for you to click on a symbol. If you see, you know, this race will get running in about 1 second. There we go. So you see MBX, it's at the top here. Click on it, see what's happening. See what's happening. It's moving 5% since the race started. If you see something else that seems to be, actually, I would click on anything you see here. Just see what is happening. Again, you don't have to wait for a race to be over. You don't have to wait for a stock to be at the top leading the race for you to click on it. You can click on any one of these just to see what's happening. Now remember, Trade Ideas, fabulous program, but it's called Trade Ideas for a reason. It generates ideas. And so that's what I'm saying. To see what's happening, see what's happening on the chart. Is it setting up for you? Is it meeting your trading style, meeting your trading plan? And if you don't have one, then you better practice trading. Okay. I mean, there's all sorts of different trading styles out there. And, there's not, people say, well, what's the best one? Well, there's no such thing as that. Some people love pullbacks to certain levels. Some people, like myself, I don't mind seeing stocks near the high of the day or low of the day if I want to short. Okay, guys. So when this monitor goes dark for a brief second, does this mean this is starting to get towards the end of its life? Because it's only this monitor that's happening to. Okay, so why are they now? The question really you should have, if any curiosity at all, why are these stocks showing up here? Why are these stocks showing up here? Why are these stocks showing up here? Well, let me demonstrate on this one, okay? So if I right click on this race, notice I have an option that says open top list. I'm going to open the top list. All races start from a top list window. Notice when I right click on this top list window, I can launch a real-time stock race, or I can show a tree map showing, in a as opposed to a grid presentation. It's what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down, a tree map version. So why are these stocks here? Well, first of all, I want to sort first in it. The reason why we used to be well, you can still do the same thing with a top list window, but before we had the ability to create races from it or tree maps, how you would use a top list window was, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. With certain filters in place, obviously. Minimum volume, perhaps, minimum price range you like. So right now, when I do that, as long as you have the column header, which I do, C% means the change from yesterday's close, yesterday meaning Friday in this case. If I double left click on it, this is going to sort this list, and showing me the stocks that are up the most. Okay. So that's fine. And what I've done is and to show you what I'm actually looking at. Stocks between $1 and $50. Volume has to be at least 200,000 shares and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Okay. So if a stock meets all these filter requirements, it'll be in this list. However, I have topped it out to the top 50. That's just something I did. You don't have to, but I topped it out to the top 50 stocks. So it's great to see the stocks near the high, but classic question is, well, I don't want to see necessarily stocks near the high. I want to see stocks that may be starting to move. Well, that's a race. That's what the race can do for you. Look at StubHub now. So for instance, let's take a look at some stock here's Rocket, RCKT. Some people know that one. That's that Rocket. It's mortgage. Wolf, we've seen Wolf many times. What if all of a sudden, here's Wolf just sneaking in. It's just barely in this list because it's up 2%. Remember, it has to be up at least 2%. But what if Wolf, for some reason, just started to make a big move? It was 2%, 4%, 5%, 8%, 10% moving up this list of stocks. How would you ever see that? What are you going to do? Stare at a big list of stocks and try to locate the one that's starting to move? Well, you don't have to do that. That's what the race does for you. The race doesn't care whether a stock is one of the ones that are up the most from yesterday's close. Doesn't care. All it cares about in this list of stocks, what one is moving the most since the race started. All it cares about. So now, hopefully now it's starting to make sense that you can run your own race based on your own set of parameters. So if I right click, configure, maybe you don't like this price range. You can have this, of course, but maybe you don't like the price range. Maybe you want a different volume minimum, something else. Maybe you have a filter you'd like to add. Go ahead. This is just what I like to see. It doesn't have to be what you like to see. The race is, remember the race starts off from a top list window. And what you use is up to you. And that's why, this is obviously a different race because what I added here was a market cap minimum of 500,000,000, a minimum float of 50 million. The same thing here has to be a minimum 500 million market cap and a minimum, but I want to see stocks on the way down. If I open the top list, you're going to see what I'm talking about. Not too many stocks meeting the filter requirements. Okay, when it takes a bit of time, then I just try it again. Okay, so you see, I added, I increased the price range, 10 to 70, and the minimum, but And the other thing I did is I want to see the stocks near the high of the day. Okay, that's what I want to see. I added a market cap, 500 million market cap, 50 million float. But I also, in the position in the days range, I want to see stocks near the high, at least within, near the high of the day. That's why there's not as many stocks in here because of that filter that I'm using. And there's probably even less in this one. But that's how you do it, guys. So you can create your own top list window, your own set of parameters, and then run a race on that. Now you can even do something like this. Maybe you're the type that wants to follow 20 or 30 stocks, maybe the same ones every day. Maybe it's a different 20 or 30 based on something. Okay. But a lot of times, some people just like to follow the same 20 or 30 stocks every single day. Well, you can do that. You put what we call a watch list or a symbol list, and then you attach it to the top list. And then you run a race based on those stocks if that's what you want to do. So it's very flexible. Yeah, Rely looks like it is halted. RELI looks like it is halted. Yep, its high looking left is 167. So not a big clue as to where it's going to open. There's the halt price, 155 and 155. So it's not a big clue as to where it's going to open. Rivian. Now there's GME right up here. Let's take a look at Rivian, RIVN. So don't like it. Why? Well, look left. I mean, it's got to take out 15, and even if it did 1504. So for me, it may get a little more interesting if it takes out 15. And then if it did, let's take a look at it on a weekly chart. Yeah, so I mean, that would be, because the next high would be 16 on a weekly chart. So it becomes a little more interesting for me. All right, guys, PPTA, I just put a price alert there because look at the next high looking left. 1976 is the next high looking left. Moderna, mRNA, is still hovering around that 26 mark. Okay, MGNI, this could be interesting to me. It's just underneath a whole number, big psychological number, 25, in my opinion. The next low looking left, wow, a lot of room, but $1.50 to that next low. So I am going to be watching MGNI as a potential short, guys, and I will put a price alert around 24.89. I want to see it clear 25 in a bigger way, and then it would still have enough room for me anyway. 20, I mean, a lot of room. 23.61. It's low looking left. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but it would have a lot. It would have a lot of room. All right. So here's some news. Ukraine's DTEC selects Fluence for battery storage project in Poland. Okay. So that is some news today for Fluence. It had a nice, well, had a great run on Friday. This is interesting. I think, yeah, it has not a lot of room. Unfortunately for me, anyway, not a lot of room. 1033 or so was the next high looking left. We're at 1018 now. I mean, it could break right through that, but it just doesn't have enough room for me to be super interested in it. A nice one from our AI a little earlier, 992. Now, it may blast right through this. Just because I see potential resistance right there doesn't mean it's going to happen, of course. Wow, this had a pretty, yeah, it's pulling back quite a bit now, guys. This was never short. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's not shortable for me now, Voxel. Still, Voxel, yeah, still not shortable for me, unfortunately. Okay, guys, Voxel, GV. How about GV? What's happening with this one? Ooh, look at the room on a weekly chart anyway. 227, guys. So spread. Let me bring back my daily, see if there's anything closer. So it's above that. It's above Friday's high. The next high, so still got a lot of, it's still got some room. 262, 262, 227. So Obi-Wan Kenobi. So you've decided to join us again with a new name. Okay. Good to see you back. I hadn't realized. Ah, okay. You must have loved Star Wars. Of course, Obi was OBI, but that's okay. So, guys, I mean, look, FLNC is still moving, and I think it is so staking out that again, just because I think the stock may stop doesn't mean it's going to, and it didn't. Okay, MGNI is getting my attention again, guys. 2489, 2495 on the bid ask. I'd like to see it tighten up just a little. I'd like to see it get more into the mid 2480s, and then I may have to take this short. So I'm just going to put that price a little around ODP? I didn't see that. Yeah, the only thing I'm not loving is the spread right here, okay? But it's not terrible, but for the MGNI. Okay, even Rivian now over 15, RIVN over 15. All right, guys, let's see if the MGNI has any room down. If it gets close to 25, I'm out. That's for the MGNI. Okay, SLNH. I see Shady's in SLNH. Let's see, this one didn't really see this in the pre-market. The next high in the weekly chart, getting close, 172. That's kind of where it got to. If that holds it still, or will it burst right through that? Spreads it gotten worse again for the NGNI. Well, close attention to it. Boy, FLNC didn't listen to me at all. 1035 or whatever it was on that weekly chart didn't have any bearing on it whatsoever. What do I think about Rely? RELI. So it resumed. I think it didn't have, well, is it halted still? Yeah, it's still halted. So, well, I mean, the best thing you can say about it right now is that the next high looking left is around $2, 208. So that's a lot of volume. I mean, 48 million shares. I don't know if there's any news on this one. Complete initial Cardano purchase. So this is another one of the, okay, did not know that. So this is another one of the altcoins, okay? Digital asset management, DAT or DAM. So you just have to wait to see how it opens. I mean, there's a high way up here, 356. So this is a halt at 1033 plus, no, I'm sorry, I don't have the halt. So it probably is, I want to say it probably got halted around 1033 plus 35 seconds or so. So if that's the case, this will open about 1038 plus 30 seconds approximately. Okay. Unfortunately, I don't have the halt time. 10:30. Oh, 55. Okay. So let's call that. Let's say 10:38. It'll open. Okay. So 5 minutes. It's a 5 minute halt. Hey. Okay. Now get that spread up on the MGNI. Ooh, this is a short. I did not. I didn't have shorts available. Thank goodness. This is a short from our AI and QLGN guys, but I did not have shorts available. Interactive Brokers. This is short right here at 685 down to 627, but no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. I mean, your broker didn't have any, but mine did not. All right, let's see what happened with the RELI. It did resume, and it resumed a little bit higher than the halt price. And now the challenge would be right here at 207 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart for RELI. Woo William, well, that is some pretty interesting typing. Is either Do Re Mi? Okay, look at there's American Airlines still looking for stocks that are just under. Macy's is weakening. Macy's M weakening. Well, I'm trying not to be too greedy on this MGNI, but I'm trying to hold on with the wave. But not seeing a lot of tremendous follow through on these ones moving down today. Not like the last couple of weeks. How about this one? CHYM. Marks, how do I update my stock replay date from 9/19 to today? I don't understand the question. You want it to be running today? I don't think you can run it from the 19th. You mean you want to include it all those previous days or including today, or you just want to have it running today? Just today. So you just want it running today. Okay. Are you using, you're not using mine. You have your own? Well, okay. Let me just open this one. Okay. I want to, or duplicate it. So, I mean, okay. Do you want it to start? Ah, okay. Okay. So you want it to, you want it to start when you load trade ideas, or do you have a specific time? Like, for instance, this is what I do. You don't have to do the same thing. So what I do is I want it to run starting at 9:30 every day. Okay. And so auto start at time is what I've checked. And so my this race will start at 9:30 every day. Now you could go auto start on, if you can see what I'm pointing at, auto start on load, which means it'll start to work once you load trade ideas. So if it's in the pre-market, but that's up to you. Okay. I just choose to start running it at 9:30, sort of for the 9:30 open. If you can see what I'm pointing at. This is sort of the setup for the race. It's in the guide, okay? But okay. So do you before I show you, you should really take a look at the guide, okay? Because all of this is in the guide and it'll serve as a great reference for you, okay? Ah, you can't use it from the web. It's not available. It's not available. Yeah, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, it's just not available on the web. Now I understand you got a web. I understand you got a Mac. Not available. I'm sorry. You'll have to, if you want to use a Mac, you're going to have to use something like Parallels or some emulation program or AWS, Amazon Web Services, or something like that. Yeah, the races are not available on the web. And I'll be honest, we're not really supporting the web-based version of this product anymore. I mean, you can obviously you can still kind of use it, but so sorry about that. If you want a refund, go to info at trade-ideas.com. Okay, I can't do it for you. Okay, I don't have access to your account, but just go to info at trade-ideas.com. Give them give them your the email you use to sign up. It's on there somewhere on the website saying it's basically not a Mac program. But anyway, maybe you missed that. But anyway, so go to info at trade-ideas.com. Give them the email that you use to sign up so they can look at your account and then they'll start the refund process. Okay. What is too difficult? Try to hook it up. It is too difficult. What do you mean by that exactly? No, I should have. This is a general statement, okay? Why I think this is really nice to have races running, guys. And you don't have to have 3 races running. You can have, just 1 if you want, but it gives you a nice watch list of stocks to follow all day long, okay? And that's the beauty of the race. So if you're new to trading, because this can get kind of overwhelming, you're seeing all these symbols all day long, but if you have like 1 race with your set of parameters, you can just follow those stocks all day long. Even if you're not new to trading, this gives you a great watch list for the day, okay? Oh, I see. You mean it's too hard to hook up, running a emulation program? Okay. I mean, you're finding it that way, okay. Yeah, it's too bad because yeah, well, we don't help in that regard, I mean, it's, Parallels is, I know Parallels is something that a lot of people use. I know people at Trade Ideas or Amazon Web Services, something like that, but okay. No, 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 no. Please don't put your phone number in here, okay? Sorry. I mean, look, that's for your own sake, okay? I'm not trying to be mean, but people putting their email addresses or phone numbers, I mean, you don't know who's in this room. Most of us are pretty decent people, but yeah, you never know. All right, guys. Well, look, the MGNI is starting to give me a little bit. I'm on that short. Boy, if you had shorts available, who had shorts available? William, did you have shorts available for QLCN? Sorry, QLGN at E Trade or Fidelity? I'm I know those of you with say Centerpoint. I'm 100% sure you've got shorts available. I'm more interested in E Trade or Fidelity because that was a nice short if you had them available. Well, Cherry, but the ask spread has got nothing to do with trade ideas, of course. I mean that's just the market. Okay, and now we do have a spread filter. Okay, we do have a spread filter, but that's got nothing to do with trade ideas, of course. I guess what I'm trying to say is we don't control the spread. The spread is what your broker is going, but you can create a spread filter. Now, I will let me show you how. So they don't work here. So I'm gonna okay here. This is you can only do it in an alert window. So if I right click on an alert window and click on configure, and then type in spread, or go to search and then type in spread. Okay, so spread in pennies. You can add that filter. So you can put whatever maximum spread you want. So let's say it's 5 cents, 10 cents, whatever that spread is. Now, but understand this that, and this is for anybody, you can use this, okay? And if you get an alert at the time of the alert, that was the spread. But that doesn't mean like half a second later that the spread hasn't increased, okay? So, I mean, you can use the spread filter. So at the time of the alert, the spread is what you want it to be, no more than what you want it to be. But that doesn't mean that when you click on the symbol, that all of a sudden the spread just increases half a second later. Okay, makes sense? So you can try it. And then remember, it's in pennies. So again, if you put a max five, that means the spread will be no more than 5 cents away. So you look at this one, MGNI. If you put a 5 cent spread, you wouldn't get that. You wouldn't see it right now, as an example. And the other thing is, Terry, is that yeah, I mean, it depends on this on the what did I do with my halt resumes? Did I accidentally delete it? Oh, never mind that. Ugly. I've got this. Oh no. So I must have accidentally deleted my Halts resumes. I must have clicked. I mean, it's not a big deal. I just have to bring it back. But what that means now is going to lose all the ones that happened earlier in the day. So you save your work, guys. So there's the rely again. So what I was going to say. So what I was going to say about the spread, though, also it depends on the price of the stock. I mean, if you're looking at Apple, I mean, you might look at a 20-cent spread or a 25-cent spread not being that big a deal, right? But if you're talking about Rely, one $1.45 stock, obviously a 20-cent spread is terrible. So really, also it depends on the price of what you're trying to buy. It doesn't bother me that much. I mean, I click on the symbol and I check the spread. So I look at SLNH, a penny spread, that's fine. Doesn't mean that 2 seconds later it could. Usually, though, when you see something like this, usually the spread is going to be not bad most of the day. Usually. If the spread is not great, then you just take a pass. I mean, there's certainly enough stocks to look at. Yeah, well, that's why I would never take like something with such a large, like a big spread. Uh, Talking to Terry in our main room, nothing worse than getting stuck in a stock you can't sell. Well, you can sell it, but maybe but not just not at the price you want, but yeah. Give me one more little move down. What's the market doing? Market is, yeah, so we've gone positive. Market's been in, rally mode. Now, I'm gonna Should talk a little bit about the wave guys. I mean, especially with the SPY and maybe the Qs or some of the major indices, because this is a great can be a great guide for you to go long when you get a buy flag. I'll go over that. Just give me a moment, okay? I just want to. All right, guys. So I have covered a little bit of the MGNI short, okay? And now I was short that from 24.88, so it turned out to be not bad at all. Now I'm going to try to follow the wave down, okay? I'm going to try to follow this wave down now that I've taken some profit, and I want to try to hold on as long as I can, as long as the wave doesn't turn blue on me or do something crazy like that. Even if it doesn't turn blue, but you get a big bar going through it. But this is how I'm trying to follow this wave down now. And this is part of the standard service, okay? The visual sort of the visual aid in helping you keep in a trade. It depends on the time frame you're looking at. I'm looking at a 2 minute. Obviously, look at a 15, but it's way outside the bottom of that wave on the 15. That's what I was looking for, though. Something that had, because look at the room it's gone 22. I think on the daily chart I also had some room. That's why, yeah, I loved it. Look at this. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get down to 23.59, but you can see all I look at is looking left. Where could a stock keep going until it hits the next low? If I'm looking at a daily chart, if I can't see that on the daily chart, so in other words, if all of this were above the current price, then I'd be looking at a weekly chart. And at the extreme, if I can't see it on a weekly chart, then I'm going to look on a monthly chart. So you had, okay, I'm sorry, William, you did answer me. So you did have shorts available for for QLGN. That's a great short from our AI guys. And look on the wave, very narrow, also very narrow. Narrower the better, in my opinion, because you're not getting too many. And this is a low float. You're not getting too many wild action on these bars. Like big giant bars up or giant bars down. This has been just a really, really nice one. I just didn't have shorts available. The news and agri was another one of these crypto plays, okay, or digital asset management plays, digital asset treasury plays, whatever acronym you want to use. So the company will announce it will be renamed AVAX1 and will raise approximately $550 million. How? Who knows? And to invest in crypto, some altcoin. Okay, guys, I've seen this one at the top here, CHYM. Let's see what it's doing. CHYM. I mean, right now, that little R line means there's a high. It would be that high right there, looking left on the daily chart. What happens if it takes that out? So what is that high? That high is $26. If it takes it out, 26.67 is the next high looking left. So there's certainly some room, but I'm not going to chase it. Ideally, what would happen is that it would kind of rest a little bit under here. Okay, maybe a little pull back a little bit, and then pop through it. Boy, was I ever wrong about the fluence though. I mean, that FLNC, it did not pause at all by taking that out. This is a battery storage project in Poland. All right, guys, 11:03. So today is Monday. So it should be Chris Varley taking over for me in our YouTube room at around noon Eastern. I will put the YouTube link in before I take my break. All right, better. Let's see, BETR. What is it? Wow, 75 ridiculous dollars now. You're right, and there are some shares available for me. So another crypto play of some sort. I remember when it got halted earlier. I don't recall. Yeah, there are 32,000 shares available to short. But you're right. You, in retrospect, you get up to short at 295. Yeah, it's pretty good right now, doesn't it? But this could just accelerate right through that in a heartbeat. So it's too, for me, it's just too risky. What was the news on this one? Is this a crypto play? I mean, another digital asset, that play? I just don't see any news on it. And of course, it's crazy low float, 3.7 million in the float for what is now an $83 stock. You know, a little bit of a precursor as to what might happen this week. Last week it was on the run. I don't really remember seeing this one last week. You know, last week it traded 1 million shares. Okay, in the whole week. Today, in the one day, it's traded 1.4 million. All right, guys. Well, that is it for me in the MAMGNE. Remember, I was saying that if it did okay on it, I didn't wait for this though. That little thrust right there, when it hit, that's what got me out the last bit. Now it's turning now a little buy flag. The part of me that says, well, maybe I flipped the script on it, but there is the VWAP up there. So right now it's stuck in between that buy flag and the VWAP. So I don't think I'm just not enough room for me. Our AI's had a few good trades today, guys, or alerts today. Now this is shortable for me. HOUS is shortable for me. I mean, there's the low today. I mean, if it takes that out, I mean, this might be a nice, and it's underneath the whole number. That might be a nice little fade. HOUS. Can't remember anymore. Is this up because of a crypto play? Ah, it's being bought by Compass. Okay, okay. So forget about it. For me anyway, forget about it. So it's being all stock transactions. So it is linked to the Compass price, COMP. So my guess is that COMP is starting to drift down or moving down. Yeah. So if Compass moves down, so will HOUS because they're linked. It's a stock. It's an all stock purchase. And I saw Wilds right at the top here about 5 minutes ago. Yeah, I think, man, it was just at 618. I remember seeing the price, 618. Well, got room obviously on a weekly chart, $9. Let's take a look at it on the daily. The next high, so not quite as dramatic. Still not bad though. 740. 740 is the next high. But chase mode right now. Just looking at some of these ones that are gaining from the start of the race, large cap. Yeah, no room for me anyway on the IMVT. Not enough room. All right, so FLNC now is pulled back. I should have. Well, a little bit of orange forming there though. So yes, it pulled up a little bit, but a little bit of orange forming right there on the trade wave on the 2 minute. Why would that be a hard question to, ask this question before. So if you bought on Friday, last Friday, so is your question, I mean, it's still trading. I mean, so I'm not sure I understand. I mean, it is still trading. So if you bought on Friday, whatever price you bought at, you could trade it out. Yeah. Well, I don't understand the question. It's not halted or anything. It's still trading. At least I think it is. Yeah. So what? I don't understand your question then. Oh, okay. There you go. When a stock is, yeah, the thing is though that doesn't necessarily mean this is going to happen, of course, 100%, but it will be. I mean, when a company announces another company is going to be bought, typically that doesn't mean that company to be bought just stops trading immediately. I mean, it might be halted for the news, but you could see it flatlining for a long time before it actually happens. Toast. Okay, TOST. This is on the way down. Oh yeah, wow. No kidding. No kidding. I'm sorry, wrong stock. So the next low looking left is 33.39. So it's almost right there. 38.83 is the next low looking left. And they had some news today. Toast teams up with Tyler Florence to launch Toast Changemakers program to combat, my goodness, food insecurity. What does that mean? Food in, okay. I mean, it's an interesting way of phrasing this. Okay. No, I understand. I do understand, as opposed to phrasing it in a slightly different way. Yes, Obi. It's like in our country, Canada, and I'm sure probably your country too. For years and years and years and years and years, decades, it used to be called unemployment insurance, and then they changed it several years ago, and I don't know how long ago, to employment insurance as opposed to unemployment insurance. Okay, guys, let's see. It's 11:17. Another 40 minutes or so for me. Just going to confirm that it'll be Chris. Give me a moment, guys. Internal emails that I'm. Okay, give me a moment, guys. Okay, I'm going to mute myself for about 2 minutes. Okay, guys, I'm now back again. Another one for my book, guys. I'm sure nobody in this room is affected by this, but guys, if you're out there, and you don't have a Trade Idea subscription, okay, and you're thinking about it, you should understand what you're buying a little bit, okay? That's why I ask people to take a look at the videos, okay? It's on my homepage. You can take a look at the videos that at least give you an idea about what the capabilities of trade ideas are. We have people that just take a premium annual subscription and have no idea what they're buying. And then they get all upset because what did I buy? What did I buy? And I'm trying to think of anything that how I'm trying to think of any situation where I would do something like that, okay, without knowing what I'm buying, and especially spending a lot of money on something I don't know what I'm buying, especially a trading platform. And that's why you can come into this trading room, you can see what we're doing, you can take a look at those videos and, have at least an idea about what you're getting into. It boggles my mind. All right, looks like Fluence is right back up, guys. FLNC right back up as it. So that little orange right there did not really affect it. But I remember you were in here quite a while, though, right, Terry? Before you committed to any sort of Remember, I mean, I always ask people, don't take out an annual. First of all, you should always start off with a monthly and just see if it is the right program. Even if you looked at the videos and just to make sure it is the right program for you. You can always go a premium later or annual later. And again, the only reason for going annual is that your per month cost is less, but you've got to come up with a lot of money up front. I mean, that's the reason. That's the only reason, of course, for taking an annual subscription. Mr. Kenobi is the old draw was back. Everything you see here, Troy, yeah, it's nothing to do with AI. Okay, nothing to do with AI. These are just scans that I created with my set of parameters. The only thing that is technically AI is our AI. Okay, and that's part of our premium service. But everything you see here has got nothing to do with AI. These are just what Trade Ideas is really powerful about doing, if have any trading experience at all, is creating your own type of scans here with the set of parameters that you like. A price range you like, minimum volume that you like. If you have filters that you're used to using, you can create a scan based on it, and then you're only going to see stocks that based on your set of parameters. That's what Trade Ideas is really good at. But it requires that you have some trading experience because just because I wanna see these stocks doesn't mean, every single stock in here I'm gonna trade, of course. I have to click on it, check out the chart. What do I see? Do I like it? What an alert here, though. Man, oh man, QLGN. There's no shorts available for me, but that's a great and look how steady it is on a 2-minute chart even, okay? This is a short opportunity from our AI. At 685, this is a 20% move now on the short side. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Yeah, just looking for something in here that's underneath a whole number. I want to see if, and then see if it's some kind of a tradable. IPW, I take it you're in it then on a short. Yeah, IPW halted on the way down, 92 cents. No big clue as to where it's going to open, but cheer you on, Shady. Make sure it opens underneath 92 cents. All right. Excuse me. All right. How about Google here? SKBL. So this is now over the whole number. Okay. Making a little move up. Isotopes affiliate. ASP Isotopes Inc. affiliates report stake in this group. Okay. So I don't know what they do. I don't know what ASP, and that is not a public company. So I don't know what they do. All right. Cheap one, guys. IPSC. Let's see what this one is doing. IPSC. Now, is this so Heritage Distilling rebrands as IP Strategy. Okay. Company symbol will change from NASC to IPST. This is now, of course, IPST. And let's see if they are trying to get into some altcoin of some sort. First, NASDAQ to adopt a treasury reserve strategy centered on IP tokens. So, yes, it is. Okay. So, another one of these altcoin moves. And let's take a look at what's happening now. It's halted. It is halted. So, they changed their name from ASK to IPST or their symbol. And it just, yeah, okay, it just popped, guys. It just opened. It just opened. Wow. It just opened and it popped up through $1.30 briefly anyway. Not shortable for me, Interactive Brokers. Looking for one that's underneath a whole number here. I just don't see any in the large cap losers. Hey, this one, NVCR. Maybe this one could be interesting. It's just over a whole number, but the next high looking left is pretty close. If it can break through that, has a little bit of room, NVCR. So I'll stick a price alert around 13.3. All right. Something, I'm on this development version of Trade Ideas, and it's a little bit wonky. Now, another one halted on the way down. No shorts though for me. No shorts available. Halted on the way down and looking bleak. There's a dollar. There's your halt price, 111.98 potential open. So that looks bleak also. No, no shorts available for me on that one. All right, guys. Yeah, just a confirmation. So in about 25 minutes, I'll be taking a break, and Chris Farley will take over for me in our YouTube room. He'll take over between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Oh, I wish this one had that room. See, yeah, it's kind of resting a little bit now. SKBL just over 3, but what am I saying? It's got a ton of room. Okay, guys, SKBL. I must have looked at something else because this has got a ton of room. SKBL. I mean, it's just nicely over 3 right now. Spread is not terrible, like 4-cent spread. A lot of volume, but it's all a matter of looking left. 1244. Ah, no trading permission for this stock. I just tried to get it. They won't let me trade it at Interactive Brokers. I sort of remember that from before. So unfortunately, I cannot. Interactive Brokers is preventing me from trading that. They're trying to protect me. Oh, well, I'm not going to get bent out of shape about it. There'll be something else, but that looks. I mean, it's all about how much room this has on that weekly chart. Well, even MGNI is now starting to fade again. I have to see. It's nothing to do with the market now. The market is still up. Yeah, there's no way though. You see how it turned blue, and then you see a huge bar up here. So even though it was orange still here, there's no way. but big float too. 139 million. I'm surprised at a bar that size. Ooh, it's got some on a weekly anyway. KVYO. Back to my daily chart. Yeah, so this has got some room to about the 80 cent level. 36.80 has some room. KVYO, but spread is not bad. 30. In fact, it's a great 3 cent spread for this stock. Definitely interested in this KVYO, guys. Longer it holds over 36. Little wee pullback here. It's got some room, not but room about 80 cents, 70 cents, I think, to the next high. All right, now remember I had a price alert set for this NVCR, and it has some room. This is on a daily chart, got some room to about 1368. Oh, this Naito just got halted. Naito is halted. I don't see it here, or is this a halt from? This is a news halt. This has been halted since 3:30 Eastern this morning. NITO split today. Okay, not trading right now though, is it? See, now I can reveal your secret. Draw. Okay, guys. KVYO, very interesting to me. The only problem I've got is I'll be taking a break pretty soon, in about 18 minutes from now. So I take it it'll be have to be a fairly quick scalp, probably. Now we'll see whether or not having the availability to go long SKBL was a good thing. Wow, ARBB just got halted, guys, and I think yeah, halted on the way up. All right, guys, I'm probably not gonna be able to do anything with this, KVYO. Again, just because I'm taking a break, I still like it. I like the way it's holding over 36. It has some room when you look left, but it's just taking, probably too much time. Boy, this is just continuing to move down. This is a tremendous short from our AI guys. The short was at 685, and it's been steadily down all day. And so, as we speak, that's a 26% return as we speak. There were just no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers on this one. What was trying to find out what the reason was for this one? QLGN. I mean, it's still up 73%. Is it maybe it's just, one of these bios, it just fades. Oh, yeah. These guys want to get into crypto or some altcoin. Okay, that's right. Faraday Future announcing a $41 million investment in the company. Tremendous short term. Wow. Now, the interesting thing, guys, I'll show this to you, is that it actually got stopped out. Okay. The exit price. So the initial opportunity was a short at 685, but it actually hit the stop price at 712. Look what happened. This is the reentry price column. We got halfway between the original alert price and the stop price. So halfway between 685 and 712 is 699. So you had an opportunity to then to short it if you missed it the first time, or you did take it the first time, you had an opportunity to reshort or short for the first time at around $7, and that's just using our reentry. So if you have our AI, guys, that's a column I would encourage you to have. All you have to do is right click in the body of this and go to columns, scroll down, it's alphabetical order, where you see reentry at the very least, the reentry price. Might want to put the time too, but okay. All right, guys. Wow, look at the now the KV something or other. What was it? PVUE? KVYO, sorry. Hmm. Give me a moment, guys. Well, yeah, Ron. Typically, when I get that message, it's for the day. Okay. Well, it could be forever. I mean, well, forever is a long time, but yeah, typically it's not like having shorts available or not having shorts available. Where just give me a moment as I try to explain that. So, for instance, okay, you can't see the symbol, but there's KVYO. This is what Interactive Brokers is telling me. All right. Wow, that's a huge number. Get a better one, maybe. See, you can't see the symbol, but that's a QLGN. Now, it's possible that later on, see, right now it's telling me there are no shorts available unless I ask them. And I'm not going to do that, of course. It would take way too long if they're not available immediately. But shares could become available later if people start covering. This is only Interactive Brokers, okay? Whereas the other with SKBL, with the SKBL, my guess, even though it says 47,000 shares are available, my guess if I tried to short it, it's probably going to say no. Okay. But and if I try to go long, it's probably still going to say no. You get that pop up. So it's not like the float availability. It's got nothing to do with that, where that can fluctuate all day long. That message usually, and I think I saw that one weeks ago when I tried to trade that one, SKBL at Interactive Brokers, got the same sort of message. Was my take on Boxell, and give me a moment. Yeah, pretty big pullback right now. I mean, that's all I can say. I mean, that's a big pullback. I mean, I know it's up still 225%. That's a pretty big pullback. It's way underneath the VWAP, so maybe 5 holds it. That's all I can say about it. Maybe 5 holds it. But that's I mean, the stock got to $10, it's been cut in half. So, not a lot of confidence right now, but maybe 5 holds it. And as far as the MBX is concerned, it had some news. Okay, up mid-stage data for its drug. So again, I mean, it's underneath the VWAP. It had a big, nice pop, but it's been it's been underneath the VWAP most of the day now. I don't like taking stocks. I mean, you might say, okay, maybe it's a VWAP magnet. Maybe you take it here. Maybe it has a chance to get close to the VWAP, but I just don't see enough advantage right now. It's orange, so it means, right now, if you look at the trade wave, that means the trend is still kind of weak. All right, guys, 11:56. So I've got a few things to do here. First thing to do is I'm not gone yet, but on a break. Okay. When I start taking my break in a couple of minutes, I'll be back at about 1 o'clock. And the next step is to put the YouTube link in. You want to head over at noon to listen to Chris Farley from Trade Ideas. He will be there. Okay. So that's the link. I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. 11:57 right now. So yeah, a couple of minutes from now. OPAD. Haven't seen OPAD for a while. This was super active a while back. Very choppy on a daily chart. Let me shrink that a bit. Yeah, I don't like it. I mean, I just look and see potentially areas it could stall. No, when I say I don't like it, doesn't if you're sitting out there saying, "Well, I love it," take the trade. So this is interesting, guys. So this is from our AI also. 992 was the alert. 1077 now. Kind of basing, just kind of basing. I'm gonna have to refresh my memory. I think it's getting pretty close to maybe not. Oh no, wait, it broke right through. Yeah, I mean on a monthly chart, it's got room 1337. This is this big battery project in Poland. So it's on a monthly chart anyway, it still has a ton of room. All right, guys, just waiting for Chris to show up. SNYR. Not very much volume though, only 240. I mean, 2.5 times normal, but all right, guys, I heard a little pop into our YouTube room. So, guys, in our main room, I'm going to put myself on mute right now. We'll see you guys at about 1 o'clock Eastern time. And now I can make a proper introduction to Mr. Christopher Varley. How improper was that? Chris
works for
Varley
me.
from Great Idea. It works for you. He'll be taking over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. How are you today, Chris? I've seen some really nice emails this morning.
It's been a phenomenal Monday so far, Barry.
Yeah.
I just don't know what to say anymore. That's all.
Yeah. Well, I actually mentioned, as a general take, it makes no sense to me, people taking our product when they really don't know what they're getting into and taking a premium and taking like an annual without really understanding what they're buying. I just don't get it.
Between that and folks that seem to just hand their money to strange people, and then contact us about it. It's been an interesting day.
Mm-hmm. On that note, I'll leave you be, and we got a dogfight the last 7 games, don't we, between the Blue Jays and
it's pretty crazy. I didn't expect this, but
no, me neither.
Baseball's never without drama.
Exactly. Okay, my friend, we'll see you in about 1 hour.
You got it. Thanks, Barry. We'll see you in a little bit.
Bye.
All right, everybody. So Barry on his way to a break. Let's get the screen sharing going. There we go. Got eyes on me. Perfect. Excellent. All right, so happy Monday to you all. Hopefully everybody's having a nice start to the week here. Turn that. All right, very good. So, all right, folks, as per usual, I don't have any pre-done content, so feel free to get your questions in there for me. Do my best to keep this all, as always, informative, relevant to the platform of Trade Ideas, and of course, engaging as I can. As always, I think it's best if you folks are driving the content with your questions, looking for the things that you need or wanting to seek out with the software and moving you in a positive direction with it. That's why I think it's best for you folks to drive the content. I can, as always, aimlessly kind of talk at you folks, but I just don't think that's quite the same as you folks bringing your questions forward for us for what you were really looking for and trying to do with the software. But as per usual, if nothing comes in, do what I can to keep it engaging and informative. So with that said, with no questions, what direction do we go? You know what? I think, I guess we can just start with the ever much anticipated money machine that's still in testing. Threw a few errors on me today for the software itself, not necessarily the money machine. I don't know if it was money machine related or not, so I haven't been able to dig into those files and look yet, but we'll get there eventually later in the day when I have a moment that frees up. Here's the look from the money machine for me today with the strategy. I've been running it now. I don't know, it's going to be 10, 11, 12 days, something like that here. Some winners, some losers here, so we can take a look here. That kind of large loser there jumped me in MBX, and I got basically auto stopped on it. It jumped in and it spiked right back down and jacked me right out of this position. So Copilot, that's going to be our focus with this here. This is going to be a Copilot system. It'll automate you into the positions, and from there you really want to be co-piloting them. Yes, there are automated exits on it, but I think it's super important to be co-piloting along with it. There was part of me that thought, as I was getting this move here earlier in the day, let me just exit it, right? I didn't, and then that happened. Now I've got some return back to that side of it, but all the same, well underwater from where I'd been at one point. There's you're never going to buy, let's bring out IONQ is the big winner for me at this point in this experiment here. And, you're never buying this and selling that. I got this, which is, that's nice, right? And I sold it where I exited at 70 basically, and I sold it here. So, it's a nice chunk, and yeah, it's gone on, and it is, hurtful that I didn't get all that juice afterwards, but things get squirrely sometimes, and this, I'd move my stops around a bit, and we're moving sideways, and market moving sideways, and got me out for 196. So I can't really make any complaints about that. No other winners quite that size. QBTS, this is the flip side of it here. Got me in here, got me out. Somewhere in here, and it moved down, right? Got back up towards the entry and moved back down again before going there. So, there's no way to predict that it was going to do that, right? So it's a very reasonable exit, it would seem to me, how that managed. So overall, fairly positive. Breeze, how's it going? How's it going? So, I don't know a whole lot more else to comment on us right now. Some smaller winners here, Winners are winners. You keep the winners greater than the losers, and that's looking pretty good. So, profit factor of 3.16 is a high win rate, but, I'm not always counting on something like that. But I've got just shy of a 2-to-1 ratio there. I'd like to see that a little better, but that's in simulation. We'll see again how this all ends up going, but encouraging to this point so far. So I guess I'll shift that out of the way with no questions coming in about that at this time. And what can we do? What can we look at? What we could talk about? We could always go to the old circle in the wagons of the market, I suppose. Let's see here. Get a little boogie down with the SPY. Got the very zoomed out picture here on a few different charts here. Let's see. So I guess that wasn't the end of the world. That happens. Remember, this happened, and that was, the big crash was coming then. I think it was coming on that pullback too. There's an engulfing candle here. The world was going to end. And well, here we are. So it just kind of continues to grind higher. Anybody that's been net short this thing for any amount of time is losing their shirt, to say the least. At some point it's going to turn, has to, right? There'll be something, whether it's, to this degree or more or less, but some kind of more prolonged sell-off in 2, 3, 4 days will get us eventually. But, everybody's guess is as good as the next person on that. So we'll just have to keep waiting until then. And it's, just continue to eke out new highs almost every week at this point for a hot moment here. Much, very similar anyways here in the Qs. Same kind of thing, just really grinding up and away here for a while now. And interesting part for today with looking fairly strong is usually I see this here a little higher to this side. Usually I see that 85 plus when we're really moving up. We'll see, what goes on. I guess, we gapped down, so that probably started low and it's fought its way back this way. So it's probably maybe in the 30s or 40s and it's fought its way back up to near 80. That's probably the reason for that, actually. I wasn't paying attention to it right off the bat today, so I'm not sure. I'm kind of just making an educated guess at this point. We did, something I want to note. I'm sorry, I was in the middle of a support chat trying to help someone, and I seem to have run up against a wall with that. So I'm dropping into someone else's lap here. Let's see if they can't get them sorted. Excuse me. IWM making new all-time highs again. So 244, 240, 252. Got that back here somewhere. That's strange. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, okay. Don't mind me. Why does this not have a lifetime high? There it is, 245.57. Sorry, I was getting confused. Usually the lifetime high is down here for me, not the VWAP. Usually VWAP's over that side. I'm not sure what happened with that there. Click on another stock, see if that goes back to how it normally goes. Yeah, there's lifetime high and there's the VWAP. Very strange. All right, anyways. With all of that said, now it's back the way it's supposed to be. That was odd. This just kind of gives, a little more fuel for the fire, people feeling like taking more risk. It's one way that I look at the IWM anyways, is when people are willing to put, the small caps are more risky stocks, generally speaking. So when people are willing to put more work there or put more money to work there, willing to take more risk. And it's one of those indicators for myself that I like to use is, do I want to take fuller positions? How deep do I want my stops? Maybe a little deeper on these, let things work a little more when there's a pullback. Anybody that's been around long enough knows that I always have a hard stop. My stop is my stop. Boom. There's no negotiating that. But I never have a hard target. I have an area I'd like to see it get to. But I'm very quick if something starts getting sideways and a pullback-ish, depending on the environment. Let's just cut it or cut a big portion of it so that if it does move back down towards the entry, I locked in some money. And this is one of those environments where I'm less likely to do something like that and let it run a little longer, give it an attempt to anyways, give it some more leash for that. So that, the IWM is looking real healthy like that for that kind of decision. Boy, usually you guys are chiming in by now. I got one hi, Chris, in 15 minutes. Hopefully I'm not speaking to the void here. So that's where we've been living there. Let's get that back out a little bit. Diamonds. Also looking real healthy right now. Rip man, thank you. Just gonna make sure know that my mic's on. Mike C, appreciate it too. We're doing all right over here. So that's where we'd be living in the overall market. These are the moments also where things start to maybe feel a little bit easier for some folks. I don't ever really feel it's easier personally, but I know there are folks out there that start to discuss that. Well, it's feeling easy. Those are the times you're most cautious. So if you're experiencing that right now, just always cautiously optimistic. I'm always very optimistic about the market, but a cautious optimism. No, I didn't check out NVIDIA yet. NVDA. Let's look at that. What do we got going on there today? Ooh, that's a bit of a move right here. That is quite the move right there all of a sudden. Did they cure cancer? That is quite a move right there all of a sudden. A lot of volume coming into it too. A lot of volume coming in on that. Interesting. OpenAI investment. And well then. I guess people are picking their fighters in the arena, right? OpenAI and Grok, and who else is there? What am I missing? I know there's other ones. Gemini, right? I guess people are picking their fighters into the arena at this point. So, all right, very interesting. Good stuff. And what else have we? All right. So let's take a look at some of the top 10 here, I guess, from the relative strength scan. Oh, last time I streamed, my computer is holding up quite well. Not so much today, I guess, for some reason. All right, so SKBL. Pretty liquid, decent volume, and what I always like to see with this, you want to be interested in something later in the day, is we get the decent volume here and a move down and a move back up again. Sometimes we see that great volume at the beginning of the day and just kind of starts to fade out through the day and never really comes back. So this is continue to drag some interest in here. We'll see how that shakes out for the rest of the day. I think there's some optimism on Trump's talks with China. Be able to Sell to China. Oh, interesting. Well, history always repeating itself with the trade talks are going well stuff from the last part of the 20 teens. So I'll take it, from a financial standpoint, I'll take it. So yeah, there's SKBLKOD. This was one of the trades that actually I had in the money machine. Decent liquidity on it, high volume compared to what it's normally doing here, and you can really see that play out here on the daily chart. Got some pretty high days in the past, but it's already well past those. Have been on the decline for a while, so getting itself a real move today. Small float too on that as well. And we'll see if that continues. This is what I was talking about before. You see this more often than not with the volume, which just kind of really goes to sleep here during the day. The question is, does it stay asleep or does it do this when we get on the other side of lunch? We'll see. Boxel, BOXL. Boxlight Corporation. Oof. Out of Widowmaker here. Gap up, quick move, fading. Already below the opening price. Not far from the low of the day. Oops. I cannot draw a straight line to save my life right now. Right around the low of the day anyways, so not awesome looking. I fear the worst for people on this here. Got that today. See it there. Saw it actually a few days ago as well there too. So the stock does have some familiarity with that kind of move right there, unfortunately. So I don't imagine this will be making any kind of comeback on the day today with the volume doing that and the price doing that. You never know. I mean, 188 million shares traded on that today. That is uber liquid. Good for a little over 1,100 times on the relative volume too. So that is pretty significant. I don't know. Not a news person, but let's see. Let's pull up the old Twitter box. See what I can find here. Boxlight shipping Google. Got this here. EDLA Interactive Display Clever Touch Pro Series across North America. It sounds like just a bunch of word salad to me here. Doesn't sound like anything really happened. Just reading it off the bat. Recognized one of the top not a whole lot there as far as I'm concerned with that news. Super small float, 2.5 million on it. It was an 8K. And of course, you're going to see everybody posting how much money they made on it. I don't really see much of any. I don't see any real news on it. Nope, no real news on it. Yeah, that's what I'd go with, a pump and dump, essentially. be changing batteries in my your account. Yeah, what has OKLO done recently? Anything? Well, we won't know unless I type it right. Let's try that again. The thing continues to just grind higher and higher and higher. I mean, what a move in the last couple of months. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Another nice move so far today, especially at that bottoming, a number of stocks today. I think we can see this in a gap down and a bottoming shadow and a reversal afterwards that are looking decent. So I think that's going to be a lot of charts today. Now you got to think that if, any of those bigger players like that are showing those kinds of tails, those bottoming shadows that have bounced on the day today, just a little more strength to kind of grind along the next several days anyways. So again, if anybody has questions, don't be shy. Those in. Tesla, what's Tesla doing? Oh, up 12.5 bucks for almost 3%. And that's after it fading off the top here by about $4, $5, whatever it is, give or take. Real close to an all-time high as well again, percentage-wise. And we talked about this before. I just noticed this is now moved up to 80% from the 79. So it just continues to move higher with the new highs over the last 30 days versus the new lows over the last 30 days. I always hear about, so many people or funds or whatever shorting Tesla and whatever else. I don't think I've ever seen this that high in the last, I want to say since, let's say 2019, maybe. I want to say I've never seen it above 6 or 7%. Maybe it has been, I just didn't notice it. I suppose that's possible. I know through other parts of the 2010s, this was definitely had much higher numbers than that right there. But I'd say at least over the last 5 years, I don't know if I've ever seen it more than probably 4 or 5% on the short float there. Not to say it didn't, I just never caught it if it did. And I don't look at Tesla nonstop. I'm not really looking at anything swing trade wise right now new. I have a few positions that I'm sitting in, and I'm just going to kind of continue to hold them for now. They haven't quite moved like I would have hoped over the last week, but They are tying up the capital I'm willing to put to work right now. But anything I'd be interested would likely come from this scan here. So I don't know, we cruise through some stuff, see what I may like out of this. So definitely wouldn't like that. First Majestic Silver. Yeah, you know, I mean, like overall the chart, sure. Long base to break out of. Doing it again. But just not crazy about the dynamics of that. COUR. Yeah, you know. Held this level here after this gap up, came down. Let's see if it got back above. I'm guessing that's $12. Might be kind of interesting, but again, not extremely dynamic of a stock. 133 million in that float too, so don't know how dynamic it can get. Was this Canadian Solar, right? Yeah. We got a good size float, Canadian Solar. Nope, I'm lying. Small float, smaller float. Yeah, don't like anything about that whatsoever. Sidetrack TAN. What's TAN doing? Yeah, still kind of grinding higher here after such a long down trot. The last 5 years. So holding up all right over here for the Solars. Wouldn't be offended if those got moving again. Path. I'm going to skip around on some of these a little bit. Path just running sideways for a real long time at this point now. I believe this is like an AI play. Some kind of in the ballpark of an AI play, if I'm not mistaken. Automate businesses, process, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, no, not crazy about that. What did Andy have? Andy had VRNS. It sounds familiar to me, VRNS. I see why he would like that. Do see why he would like that. And got this nice move uptrend overall. Got some nice kind of orderly pullbacks. I'm trying to make this hook up right now. Some resistance at that 60 level, but it clears that and it's got a ways to go afterwards. Yeah, so I can see why he likes that for sure. What else? Try to find something here out of this. Rivian. Sorry, I just want to look at the chart more than anything else. Yeah, that ain't pretty. It's funny, the town I live in must be about, I don't live in a town with like a massive population or anything. It's got to be about 20, 25 people I see driving around with these things. But that's not a great looking chart. You know, here's one of the other things about it I'm not crazy about. You know, let's move up. just cannot kind of break this line, really. If it did, they need some kind of news to go along with it as well to really kind of get it going. And I don't feel like this is going to be something people just, you know what? Let me just get interested in this today long term, especially at that size float. That takes institutional movement. There's a big short float on that, I'll tell you that right now. You don't usually see short floats that high on stocks with that big of floats. No, you do not. So really kind of just looking at the chart more than anything else. Quadruple U. Uranium has been hot again recently, pun intended. Didn't do anything for a long time here. And all of a sudden, just like a rocket ship out of nowhere. It's URA, right? It's the uranium ETF. Yeah, this thing is really kind of taken off here in the last couple of days. And that's after this beautiful move. A consolidation here. Really jumped out at it again. If anybody has questions or anything, you want to talk about or look at, don't be shy. Feel free to throw those in here for me. I'm just kind of plowing through some charts, see if we can find anything really interesting here that hasn't either taken off or isn't actually just interesting to the downside. SoFi, this thing keeps grinding along, right? It's a big float too, and it's got a good size short float. And it's at a lifetime high. It's taking out lifetime highs with that short float. That is interesting. Huh. Boy, I'd like to see that kind of consolidate for a day or two. I feel like that was a missed opportunity for me right there. Should have paid more attention to this one. Was coming across the scans like last week. Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, just kind of really grinding, right up and through and right up into and through all-time highs right now with that short float. Unless you shorted it here today, you're underwater on that thing. I don't know. You'd really see a squeeze on a billion float stock, but man, thing doesn't make a pullback soon. People shorted are going to be forced to cover. Not all of them, obviously, but certainly some of them. SMC, I can feel prior down gap from. Let's take a look, Mike. Let's take a look. SMCI. Super microcomputer. It's held on. It's made a turn. I want to see it take that out right there. Yeah, I mean, it continues to do that, and all of a sudden it gets that vacuum effect sucked right back up through that gap. Plenty of liquidity. Not bad on the volume. Having itself a day for sure. And maybe them and probably a few others out there benefit play that NVIDIA news. All right, what has that done since we looked? It's just kept on keeping on. So yeah, I would say that SMCI is definitely a beneficiary of this news here, without any question. Interesting. Yeah, I'd imagine, yeah, the XLK, not XK, XLK. There we go. Yeah, XLK really chugging along here. More all-time highs for that as well. You're getting very frustrated about all this now. Something we can help you with? I don't want to see anybody getting frustrated. It's not helpful for anybody. So if you have a question that we can assist with, no help to get this working properly. Well, if you could just throw some questions at us to help you get pointed in a direction, we'd be happy to do that. That's why we have these sessions every day. That's why we have the traders room. Friday. Yeah, I can't go back to Friday. I wasn't here for that, so I can't really comment or answer to that. If you have some questions for me now, I've got a little less than 20 minutes. Mac. So we don't have a Mac set up. Your options are Parallels, which is the one I'd probably recommend because it involves the least amount of my name is Chris. Parallels involves the least amount of technology know-how. I'm probably the most cost-efficient of the options. There's Windows 365, which also isn't really tech-intensive, but I think that's kind of an expensive option. And then there's AWS, but AWS is, also can be costly. And from my understanding, they're complicated. I don't really know anything about AWS other than it exists. And you as well. Nice to meet you as well. So those are the three main options. I mean, I don't think most Macs, I don't think most Macs come with Boot Camp at all anymore. If any do, I don't think they do at this point. Boot Camp, depending on your Mac, that could be an option if you have that. But I also think one of the other drawbacks of Boot Camp is you can't swap back and forth between the Mac and virtual Windows environment. So yeah, AWS is. One time when I had a Mac for a short period of time, and I went to go try to set up something on AWS, and it was beyond my comprehension. And so I tested Windows 365. I liked it. It was nice, but the issue was that it's expensive, and so I just returned the Mac and went right back to PC. So yeah, Pepe is like kind of our de facto resident tech expert here. He's here but not here, if that makes sense. I would, yeah. I'm glad he chimed in on that. That Parallels is the best option. It was just my opinion. I don't have anything to base it off of other than user feedback in general and my basic knowledge. So Pepe doesn't work for Trade Ideas. So he's a Trade Ideas user and longtime member here. So, but I mean, Parallels should be, if I understand correct, fairly straightforward. I mean, you're going to reach out to them, tell them what you need, purchase a product, and essentially, it's an install of it from there, and then allocating the memory and all that. Yeah, no, Pepe's been around for quite a while, and he yeah, extremely helpful, with the community here. But he does not work for Trade Ideas, so he's not someone he's not someone you can just hire or solicit for support from here. I don't know, maybe he does stuff on his own. But yeah, that I think look at that, Parallels even have a sale right now too. Interesting. So I think that's going to be your safest way to go. All right. Kind of cooking along here. So what else, folks? Other questions right now? Maybe that roll into my wheelhouse of the functions of the software. What else do we have going on here? What sectors are really up and away? Let's see, over the last 5 days. Who's the biggest over the last 5 days? And so uranium, we were already talking about that. Clean energy. Anybody that's been around long enough knows I love to pick on clean energy. Not because I dislike it, but because that chart's a chart, and I am never going to not call out a chart that looks like a falling knife and then some. Although has been on the bounce recently. Can't ignore that. It's got, let's call it May, June, July, August. Got several months now of a bounce going on. So you never know. Maybe it's time for clean energy to come back into play. I don't know if you're asking me if I trade with the 5 SMA, but if you are, no, I do not trade with 5 SMA. I do not. I don't really use moving averages almost at all anymore. I use a VWAP intraday because I just left it on there. And on my daily chart, I have this multi-period low of 20. So it's just looking at the lowest point over the price point over the last 20 days. That's all I'm really using. I have the trade wave on my charts here. I did display them as a talking point, in case anybody wants to go over them. I don't particularly use it myself. It never hurts if the trade wave is looking positive at things that I like, but it's not something that I'm looking for. What else? Autonomous driving. Probably a lesser known ETF. Certainly does not trade a whole lot. But interesting nonetheless. Junior silver miners. Lithium. I think this is getting a bounce again recently too, right? Yeah, pretty good bounce going on here for lithium. Of course, semiconductors, they got to be looking real healthy right now. And indeed they are. Let's see what's down the most over the last 5 days. So home builders, got the homies are down. Quite a pullback. Interesting nonetheless, though, because look, these things have been on a very nice march, pulled back into this area. That would be a nice area to see it find support and then bounce off of. That would be nice. KBH, is that? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought. So this is KB Homes. So, not looking too awesome. What's Lennar? Can't remember their ticker symbol. Someone help me out here. Someone smarter than me. LEN. Yep, LEN. Look at that, man. So many tickers stuck in this brain. They don't look so great either, especially off the earnings. They only have negative reaction to earnings, so it's probably one of the reasons that the home builders don't look so awesome. Do I ever refer to the Market Explorer window? Not really. No, I don't look at Market Explorer almost at all. The only time I look at it is because I inherited the swing picks, whatever they are, strength alerts. So I look at that on Fridays when I go through and set that email up. Essentially, that's it. What do I use? My real go-to is this scan here. I'm a swing trader. I have Holly here, but I look at Holly for some possible interesting swing trade setups. Here and there, I find them. Not always. I'm very particular in what I'm searching for, and there's no way for me to there's no way for anybody, not just me, to alter Holly. Holly really just comes with what meets its particular scans for the day. The other scan that I really like here, but I don't keep it up all the time. I like a lifetime high scan that I have, so I can find that. Where are you? I've got this lifetime high scan. I use it kind of twofold. One is how full is the scan? The more full it is, the more bullish I feel. Two, I like to see, is there a theme from the scan? Are most of the stocks in technology? Are they in automotive? Are they in finance? Are they in healthcare? Are they in commodities? So on and so forth. Kind of try to figure out. It's like a backwards way of looking at sectors, not just looking at the sector strength of one of these kinds of scans here, but the stocks that may be the strength of a sector in that sense, making all-time highs. And then, of course, try to find the nice all-time highs that look like they're haven't gone too far beyond the setup. I mean, not a whole lot you could do on something like MTSR. Thing is, gone crazy there. Let's see. I know that this has really been on the move already, but it's been on a scan for a while too. Take your time. Take your time. Don't rush on my account to load. These are the kinds of things I like to look at here. I mean, this is, far gone now, but as it was beginning to make these new all-time highs before this even very positive reaction to earnings overall. What else do we have going on here? But, important to note this. Look, silver, gold, silver, right? This is silver. Yep, silver. Gold. I believe that's gold. I believe this is a miner. Yep. Gold and silver. So really interesting. I mean, There's gold, gold, gold. Awful lot of gold in here right now. Awful lot of gold in there right now. What else? Let's see if I find some gold. Straight out gold, GLD. Also gold. I think that's it from that section. Gold. I don't know that I've ever seen this so stacked before like this. It's kind of funny. Anyway, so that's something that I use. These are the kinds of things that I use. So I can share those cloud links, those if you like. Bear with me. I'll get the cloud links. And let's get those out here for you guys. Scan, share, copy. Yeah, and thank you for always being around and being a positive vibe here in the chat for so long, Mike C. It's nice when you have nice people around. Not just nice people, people that know the software, people know the market. You know, they're never, you know, it's hard to find things like that. Everybody with an angle out there a lot of times. So those are the two scans that I've was just talking about. For anybody that'd like to have those, they're welcome to those, of course. IAU, yeah. I mean, it's just kind of wild. And, you know, look, no arguing that inflation is still in play. And people say what they want, but if you go to a supermarket, you know, it ain't changing. It hasn't in several years now. So, I mean, look at this chart over since 2023. A minor pullback. That area right there is probably this right here, that consolidation, then another move. So this has just been a long, long, long grinder. I believe this is gold as well, right? Yep. Wow. What do you even say to this? But it's crazy because it was, you know, as much as gold has gone crazy, you got your tech stocks out there doing, you know, doing their thing too, just in a lot more volatile of a way. Who's Palantir done? I haven't looked at that chart in a while. So yeah, that is right up there still. Right up there still. My goodness. Whoop, I heard a clicking.
You did. A little click of the mouse, and that, I guess, stirred you.
It did. It did. Sorry, I was really looking at some of these names on here and trying to count how many gold stocks are at all-time highs, essentially, or just shy of it. This is, I mean, I know, you know, everybody paying attention to the market knows how up gold is in general over the last 2 years. But I mean, this was kind of incredible when I opened this.
Well, Chris, I mean, you probably remember, I mean, the gold bugs were so, kept saying for years, decades, it seemed, you got to buy gold, and nothing happened. Nothing happened for years and years and years. I mean, gold was stuck, I'm going to say around the 1,200, even a little over 1,000 for years and years and years. I have to admit, I mean, I'm not a gold player at all. But yeah, I mean, now they're right. I guess my point is, so now you're right.
Yeah.
But it took like 20 years.
You know? No, that's exactly, you know, ever
Dead
since
money. Dead money.
Yeah, all the QE and Zip and all that stuff like that. You know, everybody thought that it was all going to start much sooner with all the free money and things like that. It only took them printing, you know, in, you know, let's say 2020 and 2021. It only took them printing near 50% of all money that's ever been in
Hmm.
in circulation in the U.S. to really get it going finally. But boy, did it get it going.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, it definitely did. But in fact, it was funny though because in some of my scans, I had some great gold shorts. Yet I don't often trade oil stocks, energy stocks, or gold plays, but I had a bunch of gold shorts that showed up on a scan that I've got. It's sort of large cap losers on the way down,
Mhm.
and probably just because people are profit taking or
Yeah.
doing something nothing specific to those stocks, but they were great moves. But anyway, my friend, what's on tap for tomorrow? Are you going to be doing it tomorrow or somebody else, or do
Uh,
you know?
it's possible I will be. I did last Tuesday, so
Yeah.
I mean, if they have, Andy or Steve have things going on, I'm fine to do it. If not, it would
Okay.
be one of them. So I'm not jumping at it, especially with some of the stuff going on with the
Yeah.
Jira and Money Machine and all that stuff that I've got myself entrenched into. But
So is there a build in theory that's supposed to come out tomorrow in theory?
in theory, the build wouldn't come till Wednesday if it was, because
Okay.
today's the first real day testing it, and both
Okay.
Andy and I have thrown exceptions in it today. So that doesn't bode well for Wednesday right now.
Right. Okay.
So that's actually my mission right now. Is when I wrap up here in a moment, is to get that Jira ticket done and get together with Randall and see what. Really, it's more just me getting him the information, him doing what he does.
Right. Okay. Okay, my friend. Well, thanks for spelling in or
Of course, of
stepping in,
course.
and well, if we don't see you tomorrow, we'll see you next week.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks, Barry. We'll talk to you all soon. Take care, everybody. Bye bye.
So give me a moment, just get my screen. There we go. All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms now, and one last task, and that is, of course, to get my music going. Here we go. Now, you know what's actually starting to come back here, guys? A little bit of a blue wave here is QLGN. So after being slammed down, I mean, it's still up 97%. So it was slammed down only from the highs, but trying to maybe come back a little bit. Can you send me a link to start over from scratch? Hmm. David, are you brand new to Trade Ideas? Sorry, I'm just seeing your question now. A link to start over from scratch. Like, what are you trying to start over from, though? You should have downloaded you should have downloaded, so you've at least got a toolbar, and then you can pick something from one of our channels. Not sure what you want to do, like start over from scratch. There's many things that you can start off with. I would go to maybe the channel bar. So as long as you have the toolbar, hopefully you can see what I'm pointing at, David. And then just click on new, and then dock channel bar. And then these are all theme-based channels that you can take a look at. I mean, that's an idea of starting something from scratch, but let me know if that helps. These are what I was just showing there. Those were all theme-based channels. Well, guys, let's see. Okay, our ARBV over 10, so that's good. I mean, well, I didn't realize it pulled back so much. And the market. Okay, where are we with respect to an all-time high in the SPY anyway? We're there. So we are an all-time high now, the SPY. I think. Yeah, we got to be. Yes. Yeah, that is, that would be definitely an ominous number, 66666. All right, David, I don't know if you heard me. I'm talking to David in our YouTube room. You know, this PLTS has been, well, on fire. Now it's finally starting to drop somewhat. No shorts available to me. At Interactive Brokers, you can see what it did. It got right into the VWAP, right into the VWAP, and that stalled it. And an IPO from Friday. Oh, Gree. Haven't seen this one in a long time. GREE. We used to see this a lot. Now, I haven't seen this in my any of my scans for a while, but it has gone from 1 to 188 in about 2.5 weeks. Oh, okay. Wasn't sure, David. Okay. Okay, guys, it's 108 now. So I'll just look at my homepage one last time today, including the scans and the information that yet you can, well, not all the information you can see, but some of the information that you can see on on the monitor that I'm displaying. All right, so clicking on my homepage link, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, getting 15% off the first month only or the entire year using my promo code. And for those of you who are in YouTube, if you want to come over into what I call the main room, all you have to do is scroll down after you click on my link and where it says trading room. Okay. Lot more action in the room, more interaction amongst traders. Want to stay in YouTube? That's fine. And of course, those of you who come into the room every day, I would just save my home page and then you can click on it here and that'll get you into the room every day. Education section is here. And why do I point that out? Well, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, first thing mandatory that you do, getting started with Trade Ideas, short videos, very short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the product, I would start off on that second video and take a look at those short videos that should give you an idea about whether or not this is the right program for you. Back to basics if you're new to trading, a free series of videos for you if you're new to trading. And if you're looking for scans that I'm currently sharing, so a lot of them I don't have up and running. Okay. The only one I actually have up and running is the biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. The halts resumes is here. Now, if you have my halts resumes from earlier in the day, your list will be a lot more. I accidentally shut it down. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. These two I do not have on my list of sharing. You can have them if you want. You just have to let me know. Biggest gainers from the start of the race, large cap, and large cap biggest losers from the start of the race. and a couple of 3 other scans that, again, I don't have up and running, but you can take a look at. Momentum scan, a CAP scan, and the Pepe combo scan. I have just decided to completely pare back on the number of well, the number of these aren't scans, but these are races, but the races that I'm looking at, that's it. This definitely gives me enough to do, enough to look at. Not shortable for me, SLNH, not shortable for me. You're talking about going through the VWAP, right? The VWAP area. Not shortable for me, even if I wanted to. Talking about the SLNH. Not seeing a ton of follow through in the things that I've been watching all day, the shorts or the longs. I do have open thumbnails. Let's take a look at it. It's underneath 9. Just trying to see if you see there's a pretty big area right there. There's a low there of 877, 881, and 876. So this morning it did get down below all those areas. I have to put a price alert there. See if it takes it out again. Right now it's trying to act as support. LQDA instant drop. Okay, let's take a look at LQDA. Yeah, no kidding. Don't see any news. Did you get the bounce? That's a nice bounce if you did. Oh, it was untradeable too fast. Okay. All right. Well, I guess we have to ask Obi now, not just you, William. So, what time today regarding when I leave? Could be around 2 o'clock from when I leave. How late are you going to keep it open, if at all? Either one of you. You see, William, if you hadn't been so timid, look how much you would have made on the short or better with a $50, almost a $50 run. British, okay. Ah, wow. You've been one up. So Obi will keep the room open till 4 o'clock. Okay. So William, you are off the hook. Well, this was another pretty good one from our AI guys. This is especially on a re-entry. So this is MBX, MBX. Oh man, what a comeback for QLGN guys. We are just talking about it right around here. Look at this comeback now for QLGN. So this was a fabulous one on the short front, but you know what? It found a bottom around $5, and then it bounced supremely. Another one of these crypto plays. But MBX on the way down, I mean, another up, still up 82%, but this was a nice short from our AI, especially on the re-entry. So you can see how the re-entry works. Okay, so we had a short opportunity at just at 19.99. Hit the stop. It hit the stop. It was $1 above. Hit the stop. Took a while. Well, 11:14 was the alert. 11:59. Then what happened is halfway between 1999 and 2079, it hit, and that's 2039. You had an opportunity to short it there. If you miss it the first time, or if you took it the first time, you had an opportunity to either short it for the first time or reshort it. I see it here, but I don't. Yeah, I don't. If you can't, yeah, I don't know. Isn't this one of the ones that was maybe targeted to be a part of the S&P along with Sophie? Isn't there a rumor? I thought this was one of them. Could be wrong, but I thought I could have sworn this was one of them that, along with Sophie and a couple of others that were rumored to maybe being made part of the S&P 500. Again, I may be wrong, but it's a great move. 24 million shares are traded. It's a big float, 237 million in the float, trading 1.5 times normal. Oof. Well, guys, sort of in the doldrums right now. Okay, NTLA over the whole number. It's been pretty strong all day. It hasn't really had too many pullbacks, at least not since 12:50. So over half an hour, no big pullbacks really. Over the whole number. Let's take a look on the weekly. Where can it go? Can't see anything on the weekly. On the monthly. So on the monthly chart, the next high is 1786. So there is some room on the monthly chart, 1783 to be exact. And that is for NTLA. So I'm somewhat interested. It's over the whole number. It's not, I don't, it's not parabolic or anything. You almost need more relative volume though. I mean, I think these things can just get stuck and seemingly do nothing for a while. Relative volume is only 1.8, so it's only trading 1.8 times normal up to this time of day. It's still better than normal, but okay, Macy's. Now, Macy's is underneath the whole number. But of course, it has a ton of, well, not a ton of room. It's got about 40 cents or so to the next low, looking left on the daily. But a big, this was earnings. I mean, Macy's had, well, a great reaction to its earnings this particular day. Okay. And it's maintained. I mean, it's starting to drift down a little bit here, but it's basically kind of maintained the earnings gap. Hey guys, well, you know what? If there are no questions coming in, I'll probably just put myself on mute. I'll hang around till 2. I'll hop back on the mic if there's some questions, but no questions coming in. I'm probably just going to put myself on mute. So we'll do that right now. All right, guys, I'm back. I don't see any questions, so I'll hang around for another minute or so, but if there are no questions. Now, Obi in the main room will keep it open until 4 o'clock today. So even when I leave very soon, Obi will keep it open till 4 o'clock. Those of you who are on YouTube right now, if you want to head over to the main room, this is the link to my homepage, okay? And when you click on my homepage, again, this is just for people who are on YouTube who want to, okay, and here it is, okay? Trading room, here's the trading room. If you want to head over to the trading room, even after I leave, it'll be open till about 4 o'clock. How do you identify stocks breaking up or down? Well, on the chart, like I don't quite understand the question. I mean, here's Vuzi as an example. It's breaking up, but you can just see it on the chart. But if the question really is, when is it going to start to break out or break down? I mean, that's a little more different. Okay. I mean, a stock that maybe had a lot of action in at the beginning of the day and then is just kind of resting, you might want to put price alerts on the high. Excuse me, a little bit above the current price, a little bit below the current price, and see which way it goes. But there's still no guarantee that a stock is going to keep going in that direction. I mean, the stock is broken out, applied to APLD. It's broken out today. Look at that. I mean, so if you'd seen this a little bit earlier, 2160 or so, a little bit of a base and then a little pop here, that's sort of a nice little breakout. But to identify, to know that it's going to do this is impossible. Nobody absolutely 100% knows that it's going to do this from this area. All you can do is perhaps, you see something like this and start putting some price alerts above the current price, below the current price. You can also, if the trade wave is sort of showing you that, this is a strong trend. Talk about, I saw this one at 11 silly dollars. Kodiak. Saw this one way down here at around $11. Now, did I know it was going to do this? Of course not. If I'd known, I'd be in it in a huge way. Okay, guys. A disappointment with the Agri for sure. I was thinking maybe this could have that late day pop, but nope. Okay, guys, I don't see any questions. So again, thanks for all the help. I'll open the room. I'll be on the mic tomorrow in both rooms at 9 o'clock. The main room will be open now. William might open a little earlier, no later than 6:45, I guess, Obi. But William may open the room earlier than that, depending on what time he gets in. And I'll get YouTube going sometime between 8:30 and 8:40. And again, get on the mic at 9 o'clock for both rooms. So have a great evening, everybody. And we'll see you.